Hello, boys and girls. Welcome to my video of Star Story, a game that I actually developed all by myself. So basically, this is a video with a playthrough with developers' commentary. Well, how nice is that? Episode 1, The Goddess. It's the 30th century in Gregorian years. The Interplanetary Federation is growing in power and prosperity. An interplanetary space organization with diplomats and soldiers came to life, known as NETEOR. Many young boys and girls inspired for a career within NETEOR. Got your meteor. And only a few are allowed into the academy. This is the story of two young girls who eagerly joined the academy and were about to finish their studies unaware about their destinies. We begin our story when the two girls are to begin their first real mission as space cadets. Now, this entire project began as an RPG, which would be a kind of parody to well-known science fiction works, most notably Star Trek and Star Wars. I guess this intro scroll very well shows that. And I tell ya, it was quite a lot of experimenting to get this scroll to actually work. It is not the most CPU friendly method that I used. I just wanted it to be working. After all, you only see this during the introduction anyway. Of course, you don't have to wait for the entire thing to finish like I do now. You can also immediately click. Well, there are a few questions to ask before you start. Now, what is very important about this is the difficulty setting. And it cannot be changed in-game. I did get a few complaints about that, but in most games, the difficulty settings are only a setting in more brutal or kind of fishy enemies or stuff like that. Well, the enemies will not get very much stronger or weaker based on the difficulty setting. But a lot of rules are different. It's an RPG, so you need to accumulate experience in order to gain a level. Well, in the hard mode you need more than in the easy mode. The entry space is different. Loads of more things, allowing you to change the difficulty setting halfway would actually cause some serious warnings. I will just go for the casual setting, as then you get the game experience as it was meant to be. Of course, since I am commenting this video in English now, I guess it's only obvious that I will use the English scenario. It's only the scenario that is different in the two versions. Well, as soon as I click through, there will be a short intro in which you hear my voice also, as I am portraying Admiral John Lovejoy. It is the only part of the game where you can find voice acting. It was planned to do the entire game with voice acting, but there were some situations in which that could no longer happen. If you want to try to voice any of the characters, well, I would welcome you to try. If I have enough voice actors, I may still add voice acting. The scripts are set up that way that it should be possible. Well, let's jump into the game. I know the loading times can be quite long. That was
Admiral's log. Stardate 2134, Mark 456. It's hard for me at this very moment to get myself to work. It's all too personal for me. I need to give it a place. Though these logs are not meant for personal matters, I do want to get a little more in the deep of this. It's 24 years ago now that I found her. An infant. A girl. The only thing she had was a note stating she could not bear water or eat normal food, and that she fed on electricity. A couple of batteries came with them, those old-fashioned things they used back in the 20th and 21st century. I was quite surprised she did actually feed on the electricity that were in those things. I decided to adopt her, and she's been my daughter ever since. Now, 24 years later, she passed her theory exams, and in the upcoming months, she'll have to prove herself in the real job. I've always recommended her against going to the academy, but every time we began that discussion, she got mad. We argued a lot about this subject. Maybe I shouldn't blame her for that. I was the same when my own father recommended me against going to the academy, and so we had the same arguments. Not that I doubt my little girl's skills. She won't be lectured by anybody. She's really assertive, and whenever she gets herself involved in a fight, she nearly always wins. But now that she has to prove herself in the field, the real work is about to begin. Now she will know the meaning of the word danger. Once she finally finished her training, she'll be the sworn enemy of millions or even billions of alien populations. Almost anyone coming from a non-IF planet will be wanting her blood. Clargans, Doridians, Astridipoops, and Irvidons in particular. She never saw the true potential of these races, especially not of the terrorists living among them. Her first mission as an apprentice is already more dangerous than I could ever imagine. But despite my rank, there was nothing I could do to prevent that she and her best friend got this for their first mission. I had nothing to bring into this. METEOR said I allowed my leadership to be influenced by emotion. They threatened to demote me if I would make any other attempt to do something about this. Maybe I have no other option but to surrender to this decision, even though it pains my heart. The only thing left for me to do as a father is to wish my daughter luck. Good luck, Wendika Lovejoy.
Well, like I said, the loading times can be pretty long. That was a bit of the downside of the Apollo engine, and most notably the new programming language, which is also why I replaced it for my current project, Luna's Father. There I used the Cindy programming language, which is heavily based on Neil. However, Cindy creates pre-compiled scripts, which saves a lot of loading times. Excuse me. Anyway, well, this is just the starting screen, and what is also nice to note is Star Story was the very first game to use the Cthulhu map engine. And this was therefore the very first serious screen that I created with Cthulhu. Now, Cthulhu is an object-oriented two-dimensional map system. On this particular screen you won't really see the benefits of that, but except for that the carpet is not entirely within the 32 by 32 grid if you look well. But later on in the game, most likely already in this video, you will see some things that Cthulhu could do that a normal tile-based editor cannot. Well, this is Jeroen Broks, the commanding officer in this mission. Alright girls, you've been chosen to do your first real mission. I hope you realize that you are officially still students, and thus you have to stay with me all the time. Got that? Miss Lovejoy, stand forward. Wendika Joanne Lovejoy, born June 19th, 2975, birthplace unknown, registered in Los Angeles, United States, Earth. Is that correct? Well, Wendika Lovejoy is as a person a bit of a parody of myself. The first hint given for that is her date of birth. I myself am born on June 19, 1975. That being said, Wendika is therefore exactly 1000 years younger than I am. You also heard in the intro speech of Admiral Lovejoy that we are 24 years later, meaning that Wendika is 24 years old now. So you can guess that this prologue part of the game takes place in the year 2999. After the prologue, we'll skip 1 year ahead, so the rest of the game takes place in the year 3000. That's the date I registered about me. I'll take that as a yes, sir. Say, aren't you Admiral Lovejoy's daughter? Yes, I am, sir. You do look a lot like your father. Yeah, everybody tells me so, but I assure you that's only a coincidence. I was adopted. Now, this is a point in which Wendika differs from me because I was not adopted, although I broke off all relationships with my parents. But that is beside the point. The reason why Wendika is adopted has nothing to do with relationship with my father, but it has to do with a few things about Wendika that are about to be revealed later. Of course, you already know that she feeds on electricity and that she cannot bear to eat and drink. That will play a very important role in the storyline. Ah, you are. Well, the bloodline didn't matter much anyway. Step back. Miss McLean, step forward. Crystal Mary Teresa McLean, born October 29th, 2977, birthplace Glasgow, Scotland, Earth. Is that correct? Yes, sir. So basically Crystal is Scottish, although the only time that she actually saw Scotland was as an infant just after she was born. as she has been in space ever since. Yet I've always been wondering about giving Crystal a Scottish accent if she would ever be voiced by anybody. But of course, given the circumstances in which she grew up, that is maybe not really necessary. Her surname, McLean, her looks were a bit based on that of the character Lean from the game Grandia, hence her surname. Her personality, however, has nothing to do with her counterpart. Very well, step back. Now the rainbow hair that Wendika is wearing has nothing to do with the entire woke culture. The concept of this game is much older than that. That was basically just a free kind of imagination by my back then girlfriend who drew her. Now Briggs has not been drawn by her. That is just a bit of a manipulation of a public domain picture, as I really had nothing better at the time. I'm sorry about that. I read in the reports that you two had the best marks for your theory this year. I'd like to congratulate you with that, but the real work is only about to begin. Practice. You can consider the next month as one great accent. All you do will be taken note of. You will contribute to real missions. Don't think nothing can go wrong, as this is all for real. The chance something may happen to you is just as big as when you do the same mission when you have completed your training. Now I do see a little typo, the chance, that was Dutch spelling of the word de, which means, well, the. That was a bit of the woe, as I had to write the story bilingual, and then sometimes you can mistake two languages. The more dangerous the mission, the more points you can earn with them, and this mission has a danger factor 9, which means that if you will succeed this mission, the chance you pass your exam will be very great. At the same time, that means that if you mess up, your chances of survival are slim. Do you girls fully realize that? Yes, sir. Very well. I also read that you have been best friends since you were little kids. Let me state immediately that I'm not happy you are in the same patrol exactly for that reason. You know the rules of Meteor. Well, Meteor always applauds helping a fallen comrade. You must always have a good overview on the situation, and you must always have your priorities clear. This can mean that you must sometimes place other matters above the life of your comrade. Despite your close friendship, you may never forget that. Am I making myself clear? Yes, sir. My name is Jeroen Broks. That's Lieutenant Briggs for you. I've been assigned to lead this patrol. So that makes that the three of us. Due to that, we can easier get into the main building, but it makes us also more vulnerable. If anything happens to any of us, our chances will be small. Our task is simple. The others are already down on the surface of the planet of Palacor, fighting the Astrillopoops and the Rations. That fight is not easy because the Astrillopoops placed combat droids all over the battlefield. Meteor want to drive away the Rations and the Astrillopoops at all costs. Palacor is one of the planets within the IF that is the closest to Ration, and losing Palacor will therefore make it difficult to deal with Ration. Our task is easy to explain. The computer brain controlling the droids is in the highest tower of the Yakirpa. How the enemies could get in is still a mystery to us, but that is something for later investigation. We will beam down into the Yakirpa. While the Russians are being distracted, we have to reach the computer brain and to destroy it. No, this brain will be heavily guarded, and due to that, you'll both have been armed with a photon gun. You'll also both read a detonator. Please realize that this is a powerful explosive. That will be all, ladies. Please stand on the transporter with me so we can beam down into action. Well, and then we get into the actual first mission after 20 minutes of bullshit. Now, this Yakipa is a kind of religious building for the local culture living here. The caretakers left this diary in order to record that's just, the safe point. Now, what is nice to note about the two girls, I had two Star Story concepts at the very beginning stage of everything. And Bentica was to be the main character of Star Story 1, and Crystal the main character of Star Story 2. However, both stories were way too short and really missed something, and it was my girlfriend who actually came to the idea to combine the two. That basically also means that both girls have their own main antagonist in this story. Although I managed to mix the interests of both quite well. Well, so far this is my only RPG in which you can see the enemies walking around in the field. The main reason that I decided not to ever repeat that ever again was basically because it was big hassle to place them all into the field anyway, and they slowed the game down, and especially the latter was something that I really couldn't find the reason for, and that's why I decided to not do it again. It may be that my current engine will be able to handle that in a better way. Now when you see items in the field, you can just click on them and the person in the lead will automatically pick them up. That will in the prologue only be Bentica. What you also can see is that Bentica accumulates AP during combat. That can be used to perform certain abilities. And in Wendica's case, those are most of all spells based on the element of lightning, which is of course for scenario reasons. The statistics mistakes, well, she will absorb lightning, and water is fatal. Those are scenario things. Crystal has currently no abilities at all. That is also for scenario reasons. In the main game, she will have abilities, and it will be pretty clear why she won't be able to use any special abilities till then. Broks is only a guest character. We'll only see him during the prologue and not. Now, the game does use a Dijkstra-based pathfinding system, allowing everyone to go around stuff automatically if they need to. Now here are two Estrella poops. Remember what they look like? These motherfuckers will walk you a long time in the game. Now as for the Estrella poop language, contrary to the common language of Phantasar, which you may also see in this game later on, I never worked the Estrella poop language out, because frankly speaking it is just an alternate font, and if you want to go for it, it is just a text written in Dutch, in which I say all nasty things about myself. But it looks interesting. Uh-oh, they noticed this now. Now, how did Vendika know that they were noticed? Vendika cannot speak the Estrella language, but she does understand it. And her ability to speak and understand alien languages. Now the combat is a kind of time-based battle. You see the icons here on the time bar. If I actually select an action, then you will see the person who is about to perform it go to act, and once act, the action will be performed. How quickly someone travels on the time bar is of course dependent on how fast they are. And it goes of course without saying that Broks is the quickest one due to his level being higher. After all, he is the experienced guy, and the two girls are basically just newbies. Vendika has the unique ability Death Blow, which can sometimes cause her to instantly kill any non-boss enemy. Now I will not focus too much on the story itself in this video. After all, this is also a bit of developers' commentary. But of course, Crystal knows that Vendika does understand Estrella poop language. And of course, astronauts do not understand the phenomenon called religion, which may be hard to understand for some people, but you do have to notice that I had to take things from alien perspective, and we cannot assume that aliens do things the same way and think things in the same way as that we humans do. And of course, the game does now explain that when those prompts are used, that does mean that someone is speaking an alien language, but which Nika does understand. Now this is the only key item in the game, in the original game, that even caused some bugs. And this is a kind of a remake. That is why I placed the key there if you actually have it. And the first achievement, he's dead, Jim, of course. Since this is a parody to science fiction after all, it was only obvious to come up with that one. And now that I have the key, I can those loading course, you see the letters on the time bar, and you also see them at the enemies. That is of course done, so you always know about which enemy we are talking. Well, let's perform another shot. It's not really like I need to do this. But hey, we need Vendika to do this, as that is the way she learns new spells. Now, Bentica complaining about the stairways was inspired by two things. First of all, since I didn't have to do that a lot myself in the past, and sometimes I still do, and also a bit on Final Fantasy VII, in which Barret also whines the crap out of you if you enter the Shinra building and coming all the way up by the stairways. And the negative responses by Briggs are a bit based on how Tifa is annoyed by Barret's behavior. Sorry, I was just thinking aloud. Yeah, quite a lot of enemies here. Of course, the good thing is that will make the experience go faster. You should notice that Briggs has no experience bar. He cannot gain any levels. That is of course because he's only a guest character. And I have two little points. You can actually see when an enemy is moving from come to act, what the enemy is planning to do. So this battle droid is about to attack Briggs with its photon gun. That Briggs is particularly impressed by these attacks. Of course, putting the girls into the shadow of Briggs was, first of all, only a logical thing to do due to his experience being greater than that of the two girls. It also allowed me to make the enemies a bit stronger. However, of course, once this mission is over, you are much more on your own on that department. Well, of course, we saw 3 enemies packing together, so that means 3 instant encounters. Yes. And that was also a bit of a reason to drop that system. In my later games. And I think that is only fucking annoying. That one is going to attack Bendica, but there is nothing Crystal can currently do about that. Now you will notice that Bendica and Crystal always have the same number of experience points. That is about to change soon enough. As any character that takes a new ability will gain extra experience points for that one. The moment he or she attains that ability. And that was also done in order to make sure that people won't really keep clamming together on the experience system. 1, 2, 3. That's a nice. And of course, this is the last one. Now, I was also a bit on bad luck on that one, as the system does have a kind of a chance that enemies do not appear on certain spots. However, I must notice that on some spots they will always appear. And how many enemies you get and how strong they are, and even which type of enemies you get. As here, it's only those battle droids, but later in the game it's much more variety. Well, we're here. Finally! Now, if you plan to go down... Hey, you! Over there! Yes, I'm talking to you sitting there at your cheap Windows PC. You're not going to make me all the way down, are you? Nothing there but the gates of blue death. Now, the gun part is the current version of Apollo will only work on Windows. However, if you would ever get the source code, which is just C++, compiled to a Mac, then she will command that you are sitting behind a stupid Mac. And if you would compile it to Linux, then she would say something about that geek using Linux. I mean, when I'm going to break the fourth wall, then I do it all the way. Of course, the remark from Briggs, it's all in the game, was also part of breaking the fourth wall. Yeah, let's enemy to attack me. Don't want having to bother with it while I have to deal with those Twitter books. You see that all characters have 6 shots. You can reload unlimited times. However, in the easy mode you have more shots. In the hard mode, then your weapon won't be full, automatically full at the start of the battle. Then you just take over the amount of shots that you had left from the previous battle. Well, since Vendika can understand the Estonian language, you see it here in English and with those 2 prompts as was explained in the tutorial. The reason why Vendika cannot speak the Estonian language is because it is not a language with the kind of sounds that humans can make. Basically, they clap rhythms with that drum. The amount of experience you get for each fight is based on your level compared to that of the enemy. And if your level is far too high, then you won't get experience at all. It was a measure that I took against overgrinding. Now, all characters except for Briggs have a unique ability, which is, in Vendika's case, randomly killing non-boss enemies. The chance that Vendika will go down this path is based on how much HP she has left and how much HP the enemy she attacks has left. And of course, it will never work on bosses. Is the place where the first boss will appear. I did want to put this into a better animated action, as that you will currently see right now. The reason that I did in the end not was just the technical limitations that I was dealing with in general. sometimes have to settle for less. I am not a professional game studio. Killing off Broks was merely done to show how Mendika and Crystal act differently situation where Mendika will most of all act rather aggressively, which is mainly because she was based on myself, as I can also be very much of a pain in the ass in a panic situation, and Crystal is always trying to keep her head cool. Now of course Mendika knows how this boss looks like, a very poorly drawn picture, breaking the wall and a kind of an excuse, as it was the first setup and I was a bit lazy to work it out properly, and it made a good joke. Well, of course, since Broks is dead, girls are alone. The reason why Broks wasn't wearing that is because he was merely a lieutenant. But a starship captain would be wearing red, for example. Purple is the color for admirals. Cyan, the color for the medical department and the science department. And the very hard high leaders will have a purple uniform. There are two admirals in this game, and both are dressed in purple. Here too, I had to do a bit of improvising. I did want to do this in a better way as I could do, but I was a bit limited
technical issues. Yeah, I really think I messed up this this infirmary department. Well, of course, Dr. Salapedrita. He only plays a minor role in Star Story. He is one of the playable characters in Star Story 2. Of course, he's clearly an alien. This takes place in space after all. Still, you can see that his uniform does have cyan in it since he is a medical officer. I made him have a different font, which I also took over to his character in Star Story 2, to merely indicate that he is understandable for humans, but that the way that he produces the sound is different from humans. Well, what is exactly wrong with Crystal will be revealed soon enough. Basically, it was that Crystal would be in that condition from the start of the game, as character will find in one story. Now the two security officers, both having a blue uniform. I guess it's clear. Now they got their name. And these two security officers also have names that are not coincidences. I must say I spent a lot of time getting the Star Station Excalibur done. Of course, the flag of the Interplanet Federation has a very obvious design. But when it comes to Admiral Johnson herself, she is known as a very strict admiral, a bit Iron Lady-like. And although I miserably failed on that one, but I did model her portrait a bit after Margaret Thatcher. Yes, I drew her myself, but I am not such a great artist. As you can see, she's wearing a purple uniform, by the way. Of course, Admiral Johnson is one of the playable characters in Star Story 2. However, as Star Story 2 takes place in the past, she'll be a lot younger. As a matter of fact, we will go to the time that she was an 18 years old girl. And yeah, I deliberately made her 18 years old self. Everything that you would not expect from such a respected lady as Admiral Johnson.
Here too, I have a bit displayed my own insecurities in Wendika. And Johnson's behavior was also done on purpose. I really wanted her to give the impression that she is a very strict woman, but that she does actually have a softer side, a more social side. Yeah, that just know it was a bit based on how Snape hears the same kind of remark Harry Potter instinct Harry Potter. Although Snape never uttered such a thing in the novel, nor did Harry utter the same kind of wording in the novels. The reason why Dika uttered these kind of words is basically to display the connection that the two girls have. After all, they are surrogate sisters. That was also an idea that my ex-girlfriend came up with, and also one of the reasons why Vendika and Crystal work so well as a duo. I really must give her credit for that. Although I am downright angry with her. Of course, the space station is called Excalibur. So it was only logical to name the department of Excalibur after persons connected to the King Arthur legend. The furniture that you see here was an actual copy of the furniture in my own home. Although the table and the closet are the only two things that I actually still possess. This is Wendika's bedroom. And notice the flag above her bed. She says that she has some strange connection with it that she can't explain. That is the flag of the actual region in the Netherlands where I was born, raised, and where I actually lived my entire life so far. So basically, that was not a hint that it was based on me. And look, we found here in the bed. will play a very important role in this game. The cyborgs have been based on many science fiction stories that contain cyborgs. The Borg within Star Trek merely being one of them. There is one science fiction movie that I haven't really seen in full, and which I don't even know the name, in which mindless killer cyborgs threaten the world, but one of them appeared to be sane and was trying to fight being taken over by his implants. And that basically brought Crystal to being what she is, and one scene later in the game will be her starting scene in the original setup, which was inspired on that. Yeah, this particular scene is a bit of an insider's joke on my side. Aren't you some lovely chickens? Yeah! And now I'm going to feed you once more. Yeah! Then you become fat. Yeah! And within a few hours I'll get my big knees. Yeah! And then I'm gonna butcher you. Yeah! And after that I'll pluck your feathers and remove your organs. Yeah! And then I'm gonna marinate you. Yeah! And then some hours later I'm going to grill you. Yeah! And serve you to a nice man or lady. Yeah! And he or she will then eat you. Yeah! And then go down into his or her belly. Yeah! And then your bodies will turn into vomit. Yes! And in the intestines you'll turn into shit. Yeah! And after that you'll be shit into the toilet. Yeah! And then... And apart from that you are alright? This was a bit of an insider's joke I once had with a friend of mine when we were a bit in a kind of a silly mood. When we were actually, well, saying those horrible things as if we were speaking to chickens, as if we were very loving to those chickens, but what was going to happen to them? Of course, this is an extra reminder of the fact that when Dika can't eat, and when Dika calls it a curse, perhaps that's also a bit my background, that I'm in the first place writing fantasy stories. Star Story was of course a bit of a parody to science fiction, but also a bit of an experiment if I could do these kind of stories as well, as science fiction and fantasy are often a bit placed into the same kind of book. Now you will notice that the authorization code that Wendika is giving now differs from the one she gave earlier in the game, which was still suitable. That is not a continuity error, it was not on purpose. Remember, one full year has passed, and it always applies to change the security codes every once in a while. Now that doesn't really seem to be any in what you should be doing now. And yes, I also have kitchen. Crystal bathroom. Technical basically due to the Cuba system being a bit premature at the time, that I couldn't do it better with my current games. Guess I could go for a bit of a better approach on that one. Yeah, of course, the Guinevere section. Now, Mendika has a kind of a fascination for ancient technology, and then the word ancient taken from her personal point of view. Remember, this is the year 3000. So ancient technology is most of the technology that we are using today. Obvious that a secret passage would be the way to escape Excalibur, which is also a bit of a hint behind how Crystal became a cyborg, as it's still not revealed who did that and why. Of course, it will be revealed who did that, and it's actually a very plot element. Now I will have to admit that these catwalks were not my best creation.
A little freak in the house. 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 A little freak in the house.
See that items dropped make the message sometimes appear with a different character each time. Each character has his and her own
A little freak in the house.
personal event. You can see with those these advantages that the number 3 is beside him. It means that there are 3 advantages in that slot. Each character can have
A little freak in the house.
up to 10, if I remember correctly.
A little freak in the house.
In the regular mode, it's more in the easy mode, in the hard mode.
three in the house.
By just putting someone else in the lead. So now that I put Crystal in the lead, she will be the one to pick up items. And of course I can only put in the lead now. Particularly on the enemies, I have been using some public domain clip art. That was mainly because if I really had to draw all that stuff myself, the game would probably never have been finished at all. Experiencing kills. Any enemy who dies while he is in battle will count. Crystal does of course use special arms crafted in her bionic arm. She can get new abilities by opening special arms chests. I basically wanted all enemies to be unique on the way they gained their special abilities. Although Jeroen is strictly speaking a machine, he counts as male. Crossing if you walk to get you the achievement, a small step for a man, which is of course a joke based on the words that Neil Armstrong said when the first man set himself alone.
A little freak in the house.
Now this was a part in which I really tried to experiment on what kinds of effects I could truly work out with Cthulhu. Of course, it was still fresh, and it was this particular scene took me quite a lot of time to strip out. But leaving Excalibur was a kind of a milestone anyway. It was for me also the proper time to try to pull that off. Well, one of the reasons that Wendica and Crystal work so well is Wendica loads a lot of stuff, which is for Crystal a bit too much to comprehend. So basically, she fully trusts on Wendica to have been sorting things out. That's flying out and operating the door. Yeah, it seems so simple, but that was quite the workout. And having this airship fly through space, it is actually just a 2-hour screen. This. Now, when it comes to the social skills, Crystal is more the kind of girl to handle that more properly. And whenever Crystal comments Wendica's behavior as being rude, Wendica actually accepts it from her. So basically, both girls accept their own shortcomings by the correction of the other. Now the protests that Exum comes up with is a bit based on how computers are always a bit narrow-minded, and that basically means that they do not fathom things the same way we humans do. I am not really fond of the entire idea of artificial intelligence. For me, that is the irrefutable proof of human stupidity. Yet Crystal tries to see Exu as a person, although he clearly is not. I never designed him to be one. Yeah, in the original concept I did. But I soon skipped the entire idea. This place itself, where we are now, when the concepts for Star Story were set up, I was a member of a game group, and we played a lot of the game Hardcore. And there you have to jump into gates to get into strange sub-world dimensions, or whatever you call that. And one of them was looking like a kind of forward-fitted, extremely high class, and that is how the design for this place came to be. Now this is also one of the first levels, dungeons, in which I could truly show the magic of Cthulhu. if you take a very good look at the grass, you will see that it doesn't follow the 32 by 32 grid, making it more natural. And you can also see that they are not exactly going at the same speed or at the same frame. And that is basically all due to the magic that Natura has at its disposal. Now, this transporter pad is because I also decided to set up this RPG game a bit differently than you would mostly see in RPG games. Most RPG games are very much focused on exploration. In a certain sense, you do that in this game too. You are basically, in most RPG games, going all over the world, visiting cities and stuff. This game is more combat based, and of course also based on space travel. These pads are needed that once you obtain your own spaceship, and not this crashed one, but a bigger spaceship, which will be known as the Hawk. And these transporter pads are your ticket to beam back to the Hawk. And they are also the places where you will be transported to if you go to a dungeon. Items do always randomly respawn if you beam out and come back. So basically, you can grind yourself a lot of useless items. Of course, since your inventory is limited, the question is how wise that is. And of course, this is also why I placed a kind of security on it, that if your levels are by far too high, that you would no longer gain any experience points at all. Since I don't have a spaceship at my disposal yet, I can only use these pads to recover my health. That will turn all AP back to 0, by the way, and save. Now, what I should note is the place where items are stored in the map. Which treasure you can get where is always a bit random. There are just some spots and the computer places a random item on it, if it places an item on it at all. And the enemies are also not put in the save game file. So if you cleaned an entire level and would save there, then the enemies will be back where you loaded. And well, that all being said, let's get this first mission outside of the start position going, as this is actually where the game truly kicks off. Well, you may have seen a little hiccup in the animation of the grass. There have even a little hiccup in that suddenly there are items that weren't there before. The main reason is simple. I cannot shoot these videos in one shot. Good heavens. I do have to eat. visit the restroom every once in a while. Not to mention that I do have other things to do. Also counting on that is, of course, that I'm just using the Xbox recording system to shoot this, and mostly it automatically turns off at 2 hours. That is why I mostly try to find my cuts somewhere before that, in order to not have it suddenly broken off recording. Anyway, you can here see that there are several colors in the enemies. Green enemies basically mean that they should be around your level, or even lower. If they are even brighter green than this, then they are too easy for you. If they are ambered, then they should be a bit harder, and red ones should be way above your level. Grey ones are merely enemies that are not yet activated, and the system ignores them until you get closer. There is a little system called the reject system, which rejects enemies that are out of your reach. That was basically in order to make sure the system wouldn't slow down needlessly. You could already see that the system did really slow down when they activated, so that really shows that the system was brought in for good reasons. Now, if you wonder why I came up with coloring the entire screen with a random color and then causing the break-off effect at the start of encounters, basically that is only the result of that I couldn't grab images and put them in memory. I've been looking up how this DL2 could handle that stuff. I found no answers, only to save screenshots, and that would mean that I would have to put everything into a screenshot file, as a kind of short file, and have to load that for every encounter. That would really be completely idiotic. Not to mention really bad for your hard drive system if you have an SSD, which is basically the standard right now. For some reasons, beyond the well-thinking persons understand. The old engine was written in Blitzmax, which had that kind of stuff, yeah, properly in order. And I did try to look up on several sites what I could do about that. But the most intelligent answer was, what are you talking about, you fucking retard? It is bad practice and stuff like that. In other words, people of whom I wonder why did they even took the trouble to post a reply at all. Now, this particular place already made me realize that using only one entire map in Katura was probably not the brightest of ideas. You can see here that I went into an extra screen. Loading, it is indeed an entire dungeon on its own. And the secret dungeon that I will soon answer will even show. At least for me it did. That it was not a good idea to have one big plane in each Katura level, which I actually did in Deert, with the original version where I used really a tile-based editor. So these two dungeons were actually for me the reason to put the layer system into Katura. The name I was never happy about, but the name stuck. Excuse me. These blue chests contain extra arms. Only crystal have use for them. Now I have the poison dart, and as you can see now, crystal gained some extra experience where the others did not. Well, here is the entrance to the first secret dungeon. Basically, you can see that all teleport paths are grayed out when you first find them. They will turn blue. Whenever you step on them, that means they are activated. That is basically very important when it comes to when you have the spaceship. As the blue transporters are the ones that you can pinpoint your transporter on. But basically, once I have the ship, I can beam directly to that spot. Right, not a direct beam, as you can see, star track and stuff. The sole reason for that was simply because that would make the game truly too easy. So basically a little handicap was required. you see a red enemy, that would imply that we might be in a bit of trouble. However, there is a difference between implication and fact. Oh, wonderful. Pen and bite? No. Poison effect. well, in case I have no revive items with Exo. Now technically it's all on the shoulders of Exo. He is not really the one to worry about at this moment. But of course him being overpowered is an advantage that will be less and less as time will pass. As he gains less experience to higher level. As I said, the number of experience points that you get for a kill is based on your level in comparison to that of the enemy. So meaning a level 10 enemy at level 1 will give you far more experience than when you beat a level 10 enemy at level 20. Yes, that's... Of course, since this is a secret dungeon, you can always, when you think that these enemies are too hard, come back later when you have a better chance to defeat them. There are, of course, some bonuses to gain. Well, with that the hard work is done, as enemy edge is not that strong. That is also a kind of a tactic to follow. Those gummies can be quite strong. Well, that brings things to a different daylight, doesn't it? Now, heroes who fall during battle will always be at 1 HP. at the end of the battle. That will even happen in the hard mode, which is a kind of a security setting in order to prevent conflicts if characters temporarily leave the group. If you want to use an item outside of combat, simply click it and then click on this hand icon. And then the character will use it. Now I can also, let's take this one, so I'm going to use this right now. If I want to use it on extra move, I should. And then, a quick way to do things is by clicking the right mouse button. That will only work on the inventory that you have currently have open. These two jewels are the prize to win. And yeah, well, this is a secret passage where some random treasures could be, but I guess I am out of luck this time. Cornelius, Margaret, that's all. Another secret passage. Hiding complete areas. Because the bit of beauty in the contour system is, like I said, it's object based. Every moving object, sharp object, etc. And the objects could get a label. I simply had to hide one label and all the objects with that label will simply be hidden or be shown. Now, when it comes to Benika, she needs to perform 14 more abilities to learn a new one. It doesn't matter which one of the two that will be. Both will suffice. I really got to say this in order to prevent confusion. Basically, something similar is also the case with the kills that Nexus needs in order to abilities. He doesn't have to be the killer. He only needs to be up front in battle to see the kill happening. Well, and this is a nice way to abuse the fact that the game uses a Dijkstra set Pathfinder. However, in order not to make things too easy because of that, I made all heroes stop moving as soon as an enemy touches them. It is also a kind of bug prevention. That's nice. The reason the enemies walk the way they do when they try to chase you is basically because in order not to spook up the system, I made them only check your coordinates once and then they will go to you according to the same extra pathfinder that is used to make. In this case, when Nika walked to the spot that I commanded her towards. And only when they come to a kind of standstill, they will try to recalculate. Due to that, it can be quite easy to get rid of enemies sometimes. Well, let's first pick up this chest. Now the water gun is nice to hold. People who played the first version of Starstorm realized that not all the characters had an actual water attack. It was planned to make Crystal have the water gun, but I completely forgot to implement it. So that is why I, in the end, have put it in this second version. And well, I placed it here. And well, the bigger enemies in those walls, bosses in this will respawn when you leave the dungeon and come back. Meaning that some bosses will be on over. There is a small rip now. Bosses who are really far tied to the storyline. They can only be fought once and they won't reappear when you go back to the same location. Yeah, although all three characters have a unique combat ability that will trigger automatically only when Tika can use hers right now. That has to do with the fact that ultimately the party will have 6 party members, of which you can only put 3 up front. And Crystal's unique passive ability is to regain hit points while she is on the back row. And Exulu can, when he is on the back row, jump to the front row as soon as Tika is being attacked while being low on HP. Then he will basically just switch places with her. If
once they actually joined the party. If you wonder if it really makes sense to make Exo use Uxie at this particular point, yes it does, because using abilities quite often could activate the power-ups, in this case AP Cut. Of course the same goes for Bendica, who has to use her abilities frequently anyway in order to gain abilities over the course of the game. Now I'm not quite sure if I will get all abilities for everybody during the course of the game, except especially Exo will be quite hard to do that all in one run. As this game is multi-cycle, if you finished it once you can play the game again and keep your levels and inventory and all weapon workouts that you did. But the enemies will be a bit stronger. Now also nice to note is that the character Lad from Septerra Core did in some way inspire both Bendica and Crystal, but that was not the inspiration I got out of it myself. Both Bendica and Crystal, their artwork were done by my ex-girlfriend, and she was quite a fan of Septerra Core. The robotic legs that Crystal has were a bit inspired by LEDs, although the one Crystal has are a bit more feminine in their setup, although you don't see that in this game. You will see it if you see her entire concept art. And Bendica using a giant branch as her main weapon is actually also inspired by that, and of course Bendica being a mechanic, that only makes perfect sense. They both got me. I was thinking too long. Well, shit happens. On the bright side, more experience points. I mean, I already missed a lot by bypassing many enemies on the way. And the question is, of course, always, is trying to bypass enemies is a good idea or not?
Now the waiting times and combat, especially when the enemy is much faster than you are, was one of the reasons why I ditched this system after Star Story and went for a different system in the Fairy Tale event, but also Star Story 2 and Nicholas Father, which basically used the same setup for all that. Just actie. Now a nice note about the Kuba flower and the Blua flower. As you know, I am Dutch after all, and the Kuba flower is yellow. That is due to the Dutch word for yellow, geel, which starts with the letter G, just like Kuba flower. The Blua flower did also get the name the same way. The Dutch word for blue is blauw. Well, just like English that starts with BL. And I have been playing with the Dutch language quite a lot actually. I actually make some deliberate bad English translations of a few animals further on in the game. There were the blue transporter paths. This is a green transporter path. It cannot be used to transport to your ship or to go from the ship to that point. It can only be used to restore all HP. This will, however, put your AP back to 0, except for the easy mode where it will actually be set to max. Crystal's arms will, however, refill, so that's always nice to know. Well, time to meet the boss. Snakes. Why did it have 3 snakes? Now that you cannot target the enemy behind that supersys, the external walls, was actually a technical issue that I've been trying to find a good cure for, but never really worked out. Multi-target attacks will however still be able to work things out. Yeah, nothing really spectacular at this point. Not that this boss is really that hard. Now this is only a recovery point. I did that on purpose in order not to have you have too much advantage from getting here while not beating the boss. Come on. Let's see. Right. Let's switch to crystal for this one. Jewels are very nice items, and basically they are just some kind of nests goes without saying that now I am out of that secret dungeon. The enemies should be slightly easier. Still be quite annoying. Yeah, I don't think I can prevent that scratch, but you never know. That means that Exuru Ball for Uxie no longer have to move from to act. He will just instantly be on the act point in order to execute that move. He only needs 3 more abilities. Oh, that should be doable in a short time. Mish. Miss, but that doesn't mean that you should miss. second move is called Kaxi. Yes, basically those are the two words for 1 and 2 in the Finnish language. That sounds of course not really obvious due to me not being Finnish at all. As a matter of fact, I don't speak Finnish, and the language actually seems pretty odd to me. For me, it was a bit of nostalgia. As a kid, I was a fan of an anime version of Niels Holgersson. Of course, the story of Niels Holgersson is a Swedish story written by Selma Lagerlöf, in which the boy Niels Holgersson is reduced here Pinky flying on the back of a goose in a flock of wild geese. And these wild geese were actually named after Finnish numbers. So when I found out that the name of these geese were actually numbers in the Finnish language, I decided it was very suitable for what they should be doing in this game. That's basically Uxie and Kaxi are just conquer attacks. Uxie being the first grade, Kaxi being the second grade, and so on. And it was a bit of nostalgia for me. That's basically all there is to it. I needed to note that in this particular video, as one of the alpha testers of the first version of the game was actually Finnish himself, and he asked me why I came up with that. Well, there's the answer. I didn't want to go for the names Double Power Strike and Triple Power Strike, etc. In both Dirt and a Fairy Tale. First of all, this is not a game in the same saga, so a little bit of difference was desirable. But due to the power-up system, the names would also not fully apply to the full function of the moves, so basically just giving them great numbers was the better way to go for me. Well, that couldn't be timed better. And yes, we see another boss enemy, as this is actually the first time such a boss is mandatory. Otherwise you have to defeat it in order to finish the game. The tutorial will now be in place. Of course, the reaction will depend on who is in the lead. This power-up. And that is also a very handy power-up, but will mostly only be on the weakest moves. Pistol can already do that. Cancel effect will only be possible if your target is the revive spell. Very important to note is that when Dika is the only character who can revive other characters by using a spell or special ability, the others cannot. Did get a bit underrated at some point, but it is also due to her electric capabilities. It was also a bit of the logical way to go. say that I've been a bit unlucky with some items. Normally I would have some molotovs at my disposal, as this creature is also very, very weak to the element of fire. keep using more and more abilities and stuff, eventually she may learn new ones. So, but I really hope that it will not come to that. And the characters missing too much is, I guess, also a bit of an issue right now. So I guess luck is not really on my side either, which is always a kind of a thing in RPG games. Well, this should do a fair lot of damage. Now all boss enemies tied to such a bigger enemy icon were basically set to have a barrier removed. This of course to prevent being able to skip boss fights. And quite a lot of times I also intended to give some extra bonuses away at the final part before actually. Now you can just jump down here. And go north. And then there is a bar. Now the bar doesn't really look spectacular. The neon letters that are above the entrance, that took quite some work to make sure that it would work the way I wanted it to work. Basically, it's just animation with many frames. It's a bit of the cheap way, but what works, that works. Now, Star Story has also been developed in an attempt to put up my middle finger to society and most of all politics. There are a lot of political statements made in the game. And, well, we are now slowly coming to the point that this much becomes clear. Yeah, of course. Crystal doesn't know what a microwave oven is. Now, this was supposed to be a worm-like alien, but I messed it up and now it looks like poop, and that's also the reason why I put it under the name poop or shit or I don't know exactly, but the file name you can find in the underlying file system is named something like that. Anyway, you may have seen that Arena made one after combat, and they have a word in credits. And credits is what you pay for. Now, this is a bit of a non-system, I admit that. The basic idea behind it is in many enemies, many RPG games, money would drop by enemies, which is already unrealistic on its own. And especially when it comes to this world, I figured back then that eventually digital money would take it all over. And but dropping digital money was especially not going to cut it. So having some kind of a special artifact that you could collect and sell for money was a bit of the idea. The value of arenas will increase based on several factors. One of them is how much money you spend. Well, this is an item shop, but there's not much interesting, I think, but let's take a look. Yeah, not really the stuff I need at this moment. And this is just a little joke. A date with you? Well, at least you're straightforward about it. And I like people who are straightforward. Still, I think I got a pass, thank you. But really, I love you. I promise you that I'm never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Charming. Sorry, I really couldn't resist to rickroll you all. Now, there are a few things to take note of. First of all, the background music. It is actually pretty bad, but I have been notified about AI music generators, and this music that you hear now in the background is entirely AI generated. Now, it generated an entire album for me, but the most of the tracks were way too boring. However, this one, a bit piano style, was really fitting for a bar. Now there is, when I put Crystal in the lead and try to talk to those Australian then you will just see that silly Australian language. I'll give you a hint about how to decipher the Australian language. If you actually decipher what these Australian are saying to each other, you will get yourself rickrolled. Of course, Vendika can understand the Australian language, so there are no more jokes about rickrolling and anything. It's just what they are saying to each other story-wise. This is also brought in to bring in a bit more of mystery mystery in the entire plot. Now, this guy should be talked to. Of course, stork is a kind of a bird in the English language, but you don't know what it means in the language of this particular alien. Well, that is the hint to speak to the clock in, that is this guy. Now this guy also speaks a kind of alien language. Although I must say, I shall be honest about this guy. I did not create this language at all, I literally stole it. Of course, Bendica doesn't speak it. In any case, it doesn't like you simply for being a human, which is something that plays a role once I speak to this clock in. This is in fact the character Jeroen who will join the party. Well, here was a bit of technical difficulty. I actually wanted to cause some giant sparks here, but I had to cut that out. But that is the reason why you'll now yell spark. And basically also believes that you are in fact Bendica Lovejoy, which of course shows that he knows more about Bendica's condition. There has to be a kind of a reason why Bendica had to feed on electricity and cannot eat and drink. And Jeroen knows more about that, or that he will say. That was, of course, I did need to give some hints to what is actually the case with Bendica. So Jeroen is basically the key to that mystery. How am I supposed to know? Now this particular quote, I already said, the game is also a bit of aside from the deeper story, also a bit of a parody to both Star Wars and Star Trek. The remark that when Dika places here, I'd rather marry in a trailer poop with cabbies, was inspired by Leia's remark that she would never want to marry Han Solo and would rather marry a Wookiee. And Earl's reply is basically based on what Han says, I can arrange that. Of course, this joke was a bit based on Exuru taking everything literally. Now there is one more character who will also join the group right here, and now that the screen is brightening up, you can see her, Foxy Firefox. Now, in the original setup, Foxy was a completely different kind of species and would be the shaman of a rather primitive tribe. However, that idea got dropped a bit under the pressure of my ex-girlfriend, who came up with a fox-like rogue. The idea stayed due to the two stories of Vendika and Crystal getting combined, as the shaman was originally part of the Star Story 1 crew. And the shaman got completely removed, and that has to do with the guy who would be Crystal's love interest in Star Story 2 coming into the game and being a kind of a parody to the Jedi Knights, allowing him to act like what Final Fantasy fans would call a black mage. And then we would have two kind of characters of the same type. Now, Reggie getting himself kicked all the time for placing rather offensive remarks, quite often sexually related. Reggie was already set up by me as a dragon created by scientists playing God, which is of course in science fiction setting a logical kind of character to add. And I already quickly came with the idea that those scientists neglected to raise it properly and to teach it proper manners. So him being insulting all the time was only fitting. And yeah, in the end I decided to bind it to Foxy, who would kick him all the time. And those kick features were still gave me a kind of nightmares to put in properly. Well, like I said, now I have more than 3 characters, so there are 2 on the background, Foxy and Girl. I can just get their personal menus up like the others. Basically, Girl will always start 2 levels or 5 levels higher than Vendika, and I don't really remember how I set up Foxy's starting level. Now there's also a bit of the tutorial on changing leaders here. Now Foxy was supposed as a rogue character to be able to lockpick more doors, but as the entire idea of having a non-combat ability for all characters was eventually cut from the game, that wouldn't happen anymore. this point, the game would always protest if you tried to skip the teleporter point. That was in order to make sure that you will always be able to be back here, and there is a small point of no return. That has to do with the way I set up this game. Now, you really don't want to travel around this place without rocks. I'm serious about it. And here, let's first take those items. There are not really that much puzzles in this game. Something that I really regret at this point. But there are a few, and this is one of them. And of course, it's written on the sign. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. Basically, it's just stepping on all buttons in the order of the numbers of the clock. Yeah, the enemies do respond to me. Now these bats, I already mentioned it before. I have been playing a bit with very poor translations from the Dutch language. There's a kind of a joke that these bats actually show that. First of all, now all characters have the switch command, which allows me to replace people on the front row. And you'll see that the bats are called the fur mouse, which is really a kind of intensification, or is it of the Dutch word vleermuis, which is the Dutch word for a bat in that sense for them. Well, the reason that you don't want rocks in this particular place is simply because it instantly kills these bats. Now you don't want to overuse them, and the walls here are also a kind of bat. More about that later. Now, Foxy is not only a rogue, allowing her to do a few things of quickness, but she can also make use of Reggie's abilities requirements to learn new ones. Well, Foxy gets her new abilities completely at random. Now there are some factors that can be decisive in whether or not she will learn a new move. Her level, for example, how many times she already used one of the abilities she already has, and that kind of stuff. Let's see.
Yes!
A very nice item. But of course it never hurts to make Foxy perform a lot of attacks. Eventually she will learn new moves, and especially her fire spells are worth the trouble to go for. Now, Foxy's automatic combat move is oops, sorry. And that means you can quickly swap places with somebody else, allowing them to take the blow instead of her. Which is really something that can save your ass sometimes, as Foxy is physically the weakest character, but she has other things to make that all up for it. As you can already see on the time bar, she is the fastest character, and this also counts for something. Well, let's pick up this Molotov cocktail. Now to hit the stairway. that you would easily overrate when it comes to the actual difficulty. I already had some people thinking that it really refers to something historical or anything like that. It is nothing like that, it is just a cryptogram. Ivo was near the victor. He only wants to play the xylophone. Basically, there are just 3 Roman numbers hidden in this description. Ivo, E-I-V, in other words 4. Victor, V-I, in other words 6. And xylophone, the X, in other words 10. So 4, 6 and 10. Now you can basically hit them in any order. So 4, 6 and 10. And that was all there is to it. And yes, sometimes puzzles can get you some extra experience points. People on the back row do gain experience. I really hated those kinds of RPG games in which you constantly have to switch characters and only to have a back row without any experience points. That just didn't work. Well, things are not really going well for Foxy. Let's see. Only a few rocks. Well, I'm afraid I still have to focus on those nasty bats first. Fleur mouses, as the game calls them. Yeah, I don't think I have too much other options. have to. Well, that's not really going to do much good. Well, and well, you can see that the game is by no means easy. But I really tried to build up the difficulty. Getting used to the mechanics first and of course build up the difficulty as the players should get more used to the game mechanics. Now, as Jeroen is armed with a gun, he has to deal with ammo. Basically, and that is just the same story as with the photon guns. The girls very quick during the prologue. Once the ammo runs out, it's just a matter of reloading. Now, when it comes to Katura, as I realized that just going from one big map as I did until now, that grass dungeon and the secret dungeon, those dark caves, really shows to me that that was not the way to go, so that is why I placed it in multi-layer system, and this dungeon is actually the very first Katura map to take advantage of that. And it became so much a standard that by the time that the first version of Star Story was completed, the single layer kind of running of crystals. She's not in a very good position right now. Let's use an healing spray, and I hope it's in time. She wasn't even attacked. Even better. not that far away from the balls now, so I might as well save them up. abilities in order to learn a new one. I guess that was to be expected. Power up. Well, let's first heal up Vendika. She is worse off, but I guess I should also get Exuro out of this business situation. Okay, the enemy already took care of that. Double power on Kaxi. Basically, that means that, just as the name of the power-up suggests, that basically the attack value is doubled. That does not always mean that the actual damage is doubled. That really depends on the enemy's defenses. And also on a tiny bit of luck. Let's see, nothing spectacular here.
let's just do this in order. Oh well, doesn't really matter too much. Well, let's see. This is a kind of a dirty trick. This enemy was about to attack Crystal, but as Crystal is now removed from the front, the action will be rejected. This is a kind of a stunt that I pulled on purpose. It really forces you to think in a rather unique way. Now, if you take a good look at Xuru, then you will see that he might get slightly more points if I well. The higher your level, the more your AP can go up under certain circumstances. At a higher level that this would actually take effect. It could also be at 25. I really need to recheck my source code. You have to remember it has been years since I developed this game. Well, let's see if we can make it. Nope. Of course, it's only more experience points. Now a reason to let Foxy do a lot of attacks in this particular place is sooner or later she is bound to get her first fire spell. I'm actually surprised that she doesn't already have it. Dragon Burn. It would have been more useful if she got it sooner,
prevented me a lot of trouble, but no complaints. It's there. Now, if multiple enemies go through you, only the first one to hit you will count. Of course, the second one who hit me is pretty close to me, and the chance it may be able to strike me anyway is of course pretty big, but let's not worry too much about that one now. fight is different than regular fights. Now, one of these bats is the king, and the king is basically completely invincible. This is the king. The subjects can be killed, and the health basically, in order to beat the king, you simply have to find out which subject is bound to the king. And it is basically a bit of guessing work. That one clearly wasn't it. If the king is dead, all the subjects will die with him. Well, I guess I can't prevent that girl is going to take a tiny bit of out, but yes, 1 hit point is not that much. And that was the one linked to the king. And this letter is the ticket out of this dungeon. Now here a few political statements are already set up. Politics. Always politics. If you want to rule the world, you should become a politician. Well, you should already have seen that there is an arms box to the south. But before I can reach that, I guess I have to go into a little fight. This dungeon is not really that big. It's of course how long it's going to take exactly is a bit dependent on how many enemies I get past. Now this is the perfect kind of fight for Bendica and for Foxy to do their stuff. The reason that creating a save game took that long is not because of the game engine. It is actually a bit of a woe of my own hardware. Is I have configured stuff to be stored on a USB external hard drive. And if that external hard drive is inactive for too long, then it has quite a bit of trouble getting on the move. Now you see a boss enemy here, but trying to attack it will result into this message. We don't have time to mess around with that guy right now. We need to get to my ship. That is a kind of protection, as that guy hides the entrance to an optional dungeon. And the only way to leave that optional dungeon is by teleporting to the ship, which you currently don't have at your disposal. And I really didn't want any bugs due to that. Not to mention, it also hides the secret a bit more indirectly. After all, you should remember that there is an optional boss there. And that transporter pad will therefore not be a normal transporter pad, but just lead to that optional dungeon, the Observatorium. Which I will also show in these videos, so don't worry. The enemy that got me now was code red. We will see what that will bring me. Is the only one who can do it by using a special ability, but there are still items with this effect. give you a little chance to cheat the system around. The game was not meant to cheat entirely, but it was meant to break things around a little. I guess Dijkstra was not on my side this time. Oh well. Aside from that optional boss that I just passed, there are no bosses in this particular dungeon, so it's no bother. Now, enemy B is going to be quite bothersome. Now, Foxy will be in time, but can she do something about it? The attack is aimed at Crystal. That B is not going to do anything anymore. You had your chance. Also a bit of the magic of Katsura. The upper papers are amber, the lower ones are white. They are actually both the same picture with just some coloring effects. That was of course the advantage of the object-oriented nature of Katsura. Well, this big shadow was a bit of cheating around on my part. I really wanted to draw an actual ship, but my artistic capabilities were too limited for that. And now I could make the joke, you're under it, moron. This is of course one of the most important milestones in the game, as this is the point where you have obtained your ship. Like I said, this game is much more centered about combat, with a central point where your business is taken care of. And this ship will basically bring you to all the dungeons where you have to go next. Basically, after every dungeon, come back here. Now, I really thought this through. The ship has basically two compartments. the bridge, and there all your fellow party members will be. You can basically talk to them in order to get their view on the situation, and if some certain conditions are met, they will teach when they can one of their own moves. Along the road you will also meet a merchant. If you talk to her, she will come on board the ship, and she will sell you items of several kinds and also allow you to exchange any arenas you have got. Here it is very clear to Vendika that girl knows stuff that she doesn't. He will not reveal it at this point, but of course at some point he will. Then everything will be clear. Of course the next planet, Visilium, where the Jedi Knights be, they are married to the Jedi Knights. And there we will meet Sanobi, will be joining the group as well. Well, like I said, you can speak to the other characters to get their view on the situation. Nothing when Dika Lovejoy was of course a clear reference to You Know Nothing Jon Snow. This is of course a more social part. Foxy kicked you too much. And this is the back. Well, this is the guy who can help you on tuning out your weapons and arms. Is a wee bit stronger, and of course when it comes to Crystal, you can work out her regular robotic arm, or you can go for any of her arms. For example, updates is dependent on the chosen difficulty and on the current cycle that you are playing. On the normal difficulty, in the first cycle you have 10 updates for the entire game. So choose your updates wisely. Only Crystal's arms can basically, limited is the wrong term, but well, and here is the console that I mentioned, which you can use to save your game and quit. It's basically quitting the terminal, but not the entire game. One last thing to show you, and then I will quit this video and continue the game in the next video, is the vault. Basically, I can just hover over an item, click it with the right mouse button, and it will be stored in the vault. This way, of course, you can. That was not very clever. And this way, items can be stored for later. And of course, whenever you think you need an item, you can just retrieve it. The right mouse button will instantly place it into the vault or recover it. The left mouse button will just pick it up in case you want to give it to someone else. And like I said, with that I will end this particular video, and I think reaching my own ship was a very nice milestone.